Good morning. May I ask distinguished delegates to be seated, please? Good morning, distinguished delegates. I now declare open the 824th meeting of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Distinguished delegates, as announced at the opening of this session on Wednesday last week, and without your permission, allow me first to give the floor to Omran Sharaf of the United Arab Emirates, who served as the chair to this committee for the period 2022-2023, to deliver remarks in his capacity as the outgoing chair, since, as we have informed you, he was unable to join us for the opening meeting due to last-minute urgent responsibilities in his capacity as Assistant Foreign Minister of the United Arab Emirates. If I see no objection, I will give the floor to Mr. Sharaf. Dear Omran, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, sir. Dear Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my privilege to address you all today and reflect on my time as a chair of the committee for the past 2 years. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to my many colleagues at COPUOS for their support and engagement, making my tasks a truly rewarding experience. I also wish Dr. Sharif Sidqi from the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Vice Chair, Mr. Juan Francisco Fernandez from Republic of Paraguay, and the second Vice Chair, Mr. Hassan Abbas from the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, all the best in chairing and vice-chairing the committee. I'm confident that Dr. Sharif Sidqi and his vice chairs will lead the committee with the same dedication and vision that has been the hallmark of our collective effort. Dear colleagues, let us draw inspiration from our achievements. The past 2 years provided us with opportunities to turn challenges into avenues for making the world a better home for all humanity. Despite numerous challenges, our collaboration and cooperation have allowed us to achieve great milestones. This includes the adoption of a resolution on space and global health, with the first recommendations in this field at the level of the General Assembly. The streamlining of agenda items of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee and the Legal Subcommittee, bringing more efficiency to the work of the subcommittees. The improvement of organizational arrangements and methods of work for the committee and the subcommittees. And last, and definitely not least, maintaining a constructive spirit in the committee despite the difficult geopolitical climate. Our joint efforts have achieved significant outcomes, and I acknowledge the valuable contributions of all member states. Looking ahead, I'm confident in our collective commitment towards achieving the peaceful use of outer space. This includes fostering international cooperation, promoting sustainable space exploration, and ensuring that the benefits of space activities are shared equitably among all nations. The future of space exploration and utilization holds immense promise, and through our collective efforts, we can ensure it remains a domain of peace, collaboration, and progress. Although my role as a chair concludes, I will continue to support our efforts in my capacity as part of the United Arab Emirates delegation. Once again, thank you all for your support and dedication. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished colleague. I appreciate all the good work you have done over the past 2 years as the chair of this committee, and I hope we can continue the spirit of delivering results at this and future sessions of the committee. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, this morning we'll continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. We'll continue our consideration of Agenda Item 8, Report of the Legal Subcommittee on its 63rd session, to hear a statement by a delegation and conclude. We will also reopen Item 6 upon request of a delegation. We'll continue and hopefully conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 9, Space and Sustainable Development. There will be 4 technical presentations at this meeting. With regard to scheduling of technical presentations, I would like to inform you that we have received requests from more than 50 presentations. In order to ensure all statements can be accommodated at this session, and with 2 days allocated for the adoption of the report, the Secretariat has informed me that they are working with Conference Management Services to allocate additional room, Boardroom D, for Wednesday, June 26, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., if necessary, where technical presentations could be delivered by observer organizations in a hybrid format with no interpretation. MS Teams link will be provided. An updated schedule of technical presentations is available on the committee sessions webpage. We thank you for your cooperation. Are there any questions or comments on this proposed schedule? I see none. Distinguished delegates, I would first like to turn to further information that we received on the attendance by non-members. Since the consideration of this item at our 818th meeting on Wednesday, June 19th, I have received communications from the following member states requesting permissions to attend and participate in the meetings of the current session of the committee as observers, namely from Latvia, as well as another communication from Myanmar. I have also received communications from the following organization requesting permission to attend and participate in the meetings of the current session of the committee as an observer, from the Outer Space Institute. As you may recall, at our 818th meeting, we agreed to get back on the matter with Myanmar later in this session. I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat to give further information on the communication received from Myanmar. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, with regard to the request from Myanmar, the Secretariat would like to inform the committee that communications naming different individuals as representatives of Myanmar have been received. The first communication is dated 16 June 2024 from the Permanent Mission of Myanmar to the United Nations in Vienna. The second communication, dated 19 June 2024, has been received from the Permanent Mission of Myanmar to the United Nations in New York. In that regard, allow me first to inform the committee about the practice of other United Nations bodies in similar situations when competing credentials were submitted. The Credentials Committee of the General Assembly at its 78th session had before it 2 communications concerning the representation of Myanmar at that session of the General Assembly, indicating different individuals as representatives to the 78th session of the Assembly. The first was from the Permanent Mission of Myanmar to the UN in New York. The second one was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Myanmar. The Credentials Committee has therefore decided to postpone its consideration of the credentials pertaining to the representatives of Myanmar to the 78th session of the General Assembly, and to revert to consideration of those credentials at a future time at that session. Please also allow me, Mr. Chair, to recall the General Assembly Resolution 396-5 of 14 December 1950, which stipulates that when more than one authority claims to be the government and entitled to represent a member state to the United Nations, this question should be considered by the General Assembly. I would also like to inform delegations that earlier this year, Scientific and Technical Subcommittee at its 61st session had before it 2 communications concerning the representation of Myanmar, indicating different individuals as representatives to the subcommittee. At its 995th meeting, the subcommittee has agreed to defer a decision on the credentials of Myanmar, pending guidance from the Credentials Committee of the General Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the Secretariat for the information provided. Distinguished delegates, in view of the above, I like to propose and see if there is an agreement of the committee that the committee defers any action on the credentials pertaining to the representatives of Myanmar at the present session of the committee, pending a decision by the General Assembly on the representation of Myanmar and in line with General Assembly Resolution 396-V of December 14th, 1950. Any objections? I see no objections. It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, returning to the request received from Latvia and by Outer Space Institute, in conformity with past practice, I would like to suggest we invite those delegations to attend the current session and to address the committee as appropriate. That is, of course, without prejudice to further requests of this nature and does not involve any decisions of the committee concerning status. It's a courtesy that we customarily extend to such delegations. If there is no objections, we'll proceed accordingly. It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. I now turn to the list of speakers. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Israel. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I am honored to address the distinguished member of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space at its 67th session. I would like to first congratulate you, Chair, on your election, and also to thank outgoing Chair Schaaf on the work that he did. We would also like to thank Director Maini and the Secretariat for the successful organization of this conference. Israel recognizes the importance of this platform in advancing the peaceful uses of outer space and remains committed to its objectives. It has been 262 days since October 7th, when the terrorist organization Hamas committed heinous murder, sexual abuse, and kidnapping of innocent Israeli civilians. Hamas is still holding 120 hostages, including young women, children, and elderly, in dire conditions. Some were murdered during this time. We take this opportunity to call for the immediate and unconditional release of all of them. Chair, space plays a crucial role in addressing global challenges, specifically the climate crisis. That is why I'm pleased to announce today the launch of an international collaboration between the Israel Space Agency and CNES on a groundbreaking scientific space project known as Cluster for Cloud Evolution, Climate and Lighting, CL. This initiative will make a significant contribution to climate change and environmental monitoring. Beyond its scientific objectives, CL is developing innovative technologies that will enhance satellite autonomy and reduce operating costs. We're also proud to reflect on the remarkable achievements of the Venus satellite, a joint Earth observation mission between CNES and the Israel Space Agency, which is approaching its conclusion this summer. Numerous scientific environmental studies have resulted from its operation, including a successful joint research on environmental monitoring between the Israeli and the UAE space agencies. This year, the Israel Space Agency initiated its National Space Knowledge Center, focuses on areas such as climate change, food security, disaster management, and environmental protection, and provides satellite-based data for policymakers. Its first pilot project, mapping and detecting environmental hazards such as asbestos, had already been completed in Israel, facilitated critical satellite-based data for the Ministry of Environmental Protection. In addition to our ongoing commitment to climate action, Israel has recently taken significant strides in addressing cybersecurity threats in space. The Israel Space Agency has signed an MOU with the US-based organization Space Isaac. This agreement marks a significant step towards a better understanding of cyber threats and opportunities in the field of space. During the past year, we continued investing resources on the Ultrasat project, a cutting-edge scientific satellite carrying a telescope with a wide field of view in the ultraviolet range. Ultrasat, which is expected to be launched in 2027, is a collaboration between the Israel Space Agency, NASA, and the German National Research Center, DESI, and led by the Weizmann Institute of Science. Israel is proud to be a contributor to the Artemis Accords, and in partnership with NASA, we're actively seeking opportunities to integrate Israeli technology and capabilities into Artemis missions and ensure safe long-term space exploration. Notable Israeli contributions were integrated into Artemis I as part of the successful MARI experiment with DLR, NASA, and Israeli next-gen radiation vest, Astrorad. Israel recognizes the importance of comprehensive legislation to manage space activities, protect national interests, and foster commercial opportunities in line with international standards. Israel is finalizing its national space legislation aimed to define the Israel Space Agency's objectives and roles, strengthen international collaboration, and ensure regulatory standards for space-related activities. In conclusion, Chair, I would like to express my gratitude to each member of this esteemed committee for your dedication and contribution to the advancement of peaceful space exploration and utilization. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Israel, and now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Canada. Please, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président,
Chair, distinguished delegates, I'm very pleased to be here with you today at this 67th session of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Canada wishes to convey its gratitude to the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs for organizing this meeting, and would equally like to thank the outgoing chair of the committee, Mr. Omran Sharaf, for his excellent work at the helm of the committee over the past 2 years. We would also like to congratulate the new chair upon his nomination and to assure him of our full support for a constructive session. Chair, Canada firmly supports the efforts undertaken by the Office of Outer Space Affairs of the United Nations in further developing the Space for Women program. This is essential work in order to progress towards meeting Sustainable Development Goals 4, quality education, and 5, gender equality, as well as the priorities of the United Nations Secretary General within our common program. Gender equality is the bedrock of a more peaceful world. And Canada has long been committed to attaining gender equality in all areas of our society. One of the means of reaching this goal is mainstreaming a gender perspective, guaranteeing that our activities and our programs are designed in a manner to integrate a gender perspective, thus helping develop gender equality. Canada will continue to support the mainstreaming of a gender perspective in all of COPUOS's work. The expert meetings of Space for Women have enabled the global space community to significantly increase the participation of women and of girls in a broad range of space activities, in particular in the areas of science, technology, innovation, and space exploration. This year's expert meeting brought together 69 participants representing 36 member states of all continents, with the exception of the Antarctic. We need the knowledge of various groups of people, including of women and girls, in order to maximize the potential for innovation in space while preserving the peaceful uses of space. We must sustain our ongoing efforts in order to instill a sense of responsibility among all women and girls in this regard worldwide, and in order to create a labour force for space that is able to draw upon the full range of human potential and talent. That is why Canada has supported the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs and the development of the toolbox for the mainstreaming of a gender perspective, which is a key result obtained following the fourth expert meeting. This touches upon a range of significant elements, and we encourage organizations to adopt these tools in order to make significant improvements in working towards attaining gender equality in the global space community.
International collaboration is a key to expanding global Earth observation satellite capabilities to combat climate crisis, ensuring space capabilities can advance safety and sustainability here on Earth. And growing the space economy worldwide is incredibly important. It goes without saying that space is complex. It is important that we continue to collaborate and ensure we are all working for the peaceful use of outer space for the benefit of all. The work that we do as a global community within forums like UN COPUOS are essential to ensuring that nations continue to strive for consensus in the use and exploration of outer space. This is why this committee will continue to play a central role in space governance well into the future as we tackle the complex challenges of the future today. We must continue to work collaboratively to address pressing challenges to space sustainability, space traffic management, and space resource activities. Mr. Chair, our discussions at COPUOS aim to safeguard peaceful and sustainable operations in outer space, thereby enabling the delivery of space-based benefits on Earth. Over the last 2 years, the Russian Federation has continued to disregard international law and peace, destroying civilian infrastructure and preventing the Ukrainian people from accessing critical space-based services. Canada calls on the Russian Federation to immediately cease its war of aggression against Ukraine and withdraw all military and proxy forces. Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected, and the Ukrainian people must be free to determine their own future. Chair, distinguished delegates, I want to conclude by noting Canada's continued support to both of UN COPUOS's subcommittees and the important dialogue within the Long-Term Sustainability Working Group and the Space Resource Activities Working Group. Canada has already been active in its support for a set of practical principles for conducting deep space activities, including space resource activities, in a safe, sustainable, and transparent manner. These principles are found in the Artemis Accords. Canada is of the view that the principles contained in the Artemis Accords represent a good foundation for future work on space resource activities within COPUOS And we're not alone. The Artemis Accords are now supported by 43 signatories globally, representing different legal systems and different stages of development in their space programs. We look forward to advancing a constructive and inclusive dialogue on these important matters. Thank you for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup.
I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Canada for her statement, and I noticed that the Russian Federation raised a flag. Is that a right of reply or a point of order?
This is the right of reply, Chair. Thank you.
So then we will take it at the end of this agenda item. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'm honored to address the 67th session of the committee on behalf of Uzbekistan. First of all, let me congratulate you on your election as the chair of the committee. I also congratulate Ms. Arti Holamaini on her appointment as the director of UNOSA. As an emerging space country, Uzbekistan continues to develop space sector. I'm pleased to report that the accession to the Outer Space Treaty and approval of Uzbekistan's space law is at the final stage of review by our parliament, Ali Majlis. We are also fostering academic research and nurturing the next generation high qualified specialists and engineers together with partner universities. Our initiatives to support youth interested in space research and technology are designed to build a strong foundation for future advancement in this sector. After 3 years of dedicated efforts, we have successfully launched the State Space Monitoring Program in 2023, which is being scaled to country level in 2024. This program is dedicated to provide a country-level solution through the utilization of space applications, such as remote sensing and GIS. These investments reflect our progress in leveraging space technologies for sustainable development and improving our environmental monitoring capabilities. Detailed information about the program will be provided during our technical presentation. Mr. Chair, on the international and regional level, Uzbek Space Agency is actively engaged in collaborative efforts. Within the UN SCAP, we are involved in the virtual satellite constellation for pre-disaster risk management project. Within the Organization of Turkic States, we are working on a joint COPUOS project and organizing space camps to inspire and educate young minds in cooperation with the members and observing states. Apart from that, we are working closely with the Azercosmos on a joint project dedicated to the monitoring the effects of climate change using remote sensing and GIS technologies. These collaborative efforts are crucial for addressing shared challenges and advancing our collective capabilities. Mr. Chair, Uzbekistan has several forward-looking initiatives that we are eager to pursue. In order to enhance the region's capabilities in space science and technology through the education and training, we propose to establish the UN-affiliated Center of Space Science and Technology Education in Central Asia, based in Uzbekistan. Beyond that, considering a huge negative impact of Aral Sea crisis on ecological situation and extremely high water stress in the region, we see crucial role of space technologies in managing water resources and reducing the destructive impact of the Aral Sea crisis in the ecosystem and livelihoods in the region. As these objectives are aligned with the aim of the Space of Water initiative within the committee, we propose hosting the 7th edition of the Conference on Space Technology for Water Resource Management in Uzbekistan in 2027 within the agenda addressing the Aral Sea crisis, its impact and innovative solution for better management for a water-secure future. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, we call upon all members to expand cooperation in capacity-building activities, emphasizing the increased involvement of developing and space-faring countries. We believe that space technology offers tremendous opportunities for economic growth, social development, environmental protection, and climate change mitigation. We are keen to collaborate with other countries in exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes and ready to share our experience on space applications that benefit humanity as a whole. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Ukraine. Please, you have the floor.
Distinguished Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, our joint work within COPUOS provides inspiration that humanity will work together to achieve responsible, peaceful use and exploration of outer space, understanding it not only as a heritage of all mankind, but also as a unique civilization domain for our species, for all our future generations. Dialogue is an important civilization value. However, while we have gathered here to talk about the peaceful use of space and the benefits of space for all mankind, Ukraine urges delegates not to ignore the violation of international law when it occurs on our planet Earth. Russia's attack on Ukraine is an unprovoked, deliberate attack against a sovereign democratic state, a manifestation of barbarism and ignorance in the 21st century. It's noteworthy that the name of the committee already contains an important goal, the use of outer space for peaceful purposes. And Ukraine fully supports and promotes the thesis that space is the irreplaceable future of the entire human civilization, and therefore law and justice must be developed today for the future coexistence of the people in space. The work of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space demonstrates that law, as a universal regulator of social relations, should play a decisive role in the space future of humanity. However, Russia's military attacks on peaceful cities and towns, on the civilian population of Ukraine, with ballistic and other missiles proves that the Russian Federation does not accept this idea. At the same time, the aggressor states claim about the possibility of shooting down other satellites, which according to the Russians can be classified as quasi-civilian, indicated that its attempts to deform and reshape the international space order. That is why Russia's proposal for a draft treaty on the prevention of the placement of weapons in outer space, the use of threat of force against outer space objects, look like a farce. In addition, in the context of space security, an important question arises as to the accessibility of the creation and testing of ground-based weapons system with the sole purpose to destroy a spacecraft. Our delegation supports the condemnation and recognition of the inadmissibility of any threats to use weapons in outer space against space objects. This is important because outer space is a common future which cannot be allowed to be polluted or destroyed, and which requires our collective protection and defense to the benefit of all future generations. In addition, we consider it to appropriate to once again emphasize that any actions of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs to establish an educational center for space science and technology in the Euro-Asian region on the territory of the aggressor state Russia will be perceived as a violation of the United Nations Charter. It's a pity, but United Nations General Assembly Resolution 76/76 stipulated that under the auspices of the center, Russia would build partnership in the Eurasian region. With its inhuman actions against Ukraine, including the use of various types of missiles, Russia has clearly proved that there can be no partnership with the aggressor. We call on all member states to loudly and clearly condemn the new regional center in Russia. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to all states and people who support Ukraine and its people in our struggle for freedom, independence, and dignity against Russian aggressors. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine, and now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Nigeria. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, Nigeria aligns itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the group of G77 and China, and on behalf of the African Group, in our national capacity, we have the following statement to add. My delegation would like to congratulate you, Mr. Sharif Mohammed of Egypt, on your election as the chair of the 67th session of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And I assure you of our continuous support and cooperation as we preside over this session. My delegation takes the opportunity to thank the Director of the Office for Outer Space Affairs, Ms. Arti Olamiani, and the Secretariat for the preparations made for this session. Mr. Chair, Nigeria acknowledges the critical role of the committee and its two subcommittees play in promoting international cooperation in the exploration and peaceful uses of outer space for sustainable economic development and social justice. In this regard, the outer space and other celestial bodies must continue to be safeguarded as a common heritage of mankind, explored and utilized for peaceful purposes for the interests of all member states, irrespective of their social, economic, and scientific development. Nigeria's venture into space is not a mere adventure, but a pursuit of new strategies and solutions to numerous problems facing our nation. We are determined to utilize space technology to improve the quality of lives of our citizens. Such includes the better management of our resources and environment, as well as our social lives. In this connection, my delegation is pleased to inform you that Nigeria launched the Geo Nigeria in May 2023. This initiative enhances Nigeria's participation in and contribution to Global Earth Observation System of Systems, geared towards attaining sustainable development goals. Mr. Chair, Nigeria, through the African Regional Center for Space Science and Technology Education for English-speaking African countries, is committed to complement the efforts of United Nations to develop indigenous capacity and maximize the benefit of space technology in the developing countries. My delegation is pleased to inform you that in the past 24 years of the establishment of the center, a total of 601 postgraduate students from 19 English-speaking countries in Africa has been trained. In addition, the center organized the 7th edition of the International Colloquium on Equatorial and Low-Latitude Ionosphere in September 2023 in Nigeria, where the forum provided a platform for global scientists, policymakers, students, and designers of space-dependent technologies. It is important to reiterate our commitment to the continuous hosting of the West and Central Africa Regional Support Office for the implementation of the UN SPIDER programs. The office has continued to perform its duty in accordance with the stipulated mandates on space technologies for disaster risk management, emergency response, and recovery efforts within the regions. In recognition of the strategic and central economic roles of space science, technology, and innovation placed in the global economy, Nigeria hosted the maiden edition of African Space Economic Conference in October 2023 under the theme, Exploring Space Economy for Africa's Growth. Where space economy, as an emerging subsector of global space ecosystem, capture the economic benefit of dynamic space sector and the role space can play in the economic development of human society. Mr. Chair, the nature of outer space activities further underscores the need for capacity building, training, and education towards increasing knowledge in several critical areas, including the legal framework within the space activities are being carried out. We reiterate our continuous support to the Director of Outer Space in her leadership style of inclusive, transparent, and professionalism, while paying specific attention to the needs of developing countries. We underscore the important role of UN COPUOS, as the main United Nations organ responsible for the regulation of outer space affairs and activities. In the light of this, I would like to inform you that Nigeria is set to send her first citizens to outer space through our collaboration with US-based organization, Space Exploration and Research Agency, and Blue Origin. We would like to reiterate our total support and commitment to the full democratization of space exploration. In conclusion, I would like to inform you, Mr. Chair, that I am the fourth substantive Director General and Chief Executive of NASDA, newly appointed by Mr. President, and I make a commitment that under my leadership, Nigeria will uphold and implement all international treaties and obligations responsibly. Thank you. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nigeria. And now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you.
يتقدم وفد بلادي.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me to congratulate you, Your Excellency Sharif Mohammed Sutki, on your election as chair of the 67th session of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, COPUOS. We support your efforts in making this session a success in order to promote the peaceful uses of outer space. My delegation would like to congratulate the other members of the Bureau, including His Excellency Juan Francisco Facchetti Fernandez as first Vice Chair and Mr. Hassan Abbas as second Vice Chair and Rapporteur. I would like to thank Ms. Arti Holamaini, Director of UN-USA, for her opening statement and for her excellent work. We express to her our full support. My delegation would like to thank the staff of the Secretariat for preparing for this session. The delegation of the Syrian Arab Republic aligns itself with the statement made on behalf of G77 in China. We would like to make the following remarks in our national capacity. 1. The exploration and utilization of outer space must be exclusively for peaceful purposes. In this regard, we stress the right of all states to explore outer space without discrimination and regardless of their level of scientific, technical, and economic development, in line with the rational and equitable use of outer space and the principle of non-appropriation of outer space, including the moon or other celestial bodies by any means. 2. It is necessary to strengthen the current legal framework to make sure that outer space remains a common heritage for all of humanity. We stress the need to strengthen international cooperation in outer space activities while giving particular attention to the needs of developing countries, including transfer of knowledge and technologies to these countries. In this manner, the initiative of outer space for sustainable development would be effective. 3. Growing space debris represents a grave threat to humanity and requires intensified international cooperation to mitigate this impact. Any measure to address this issue must include the promotion of a cooperative environment that does not hinder the right of developing countries to use and explore outer space. 4. We hope that the upcoming Summit of the Future will be an opportunity to foster international cooperation and provide technical support to developing countries in order to bridge the space gap in the exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes. In this manner, no one would be left behind. 5. The Syrian Arab Republic stresses the need to prevent an arms race in outer space and the banning of the deployment of any weapons in outer space or any other acts that run counter to this goal. All measures must be taken to promote transparency and trust to protect humanity from unpredictable dangers. Mr. Chair, the Syrian Arab Republic stresses the need to avoid the adoption or implementation of any form of unilateral coercive measures and any similar measures that run counter to international law and the UN Charter. There can be no discussion on international cooperation and transparency and confidence-building measures in the area of the exploration and use of outer space while these unilateral coercive measures exist. We call on the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs and COPUOS, including the two subcommittees and the working groups, we call on them to assist those states that suffer from such unilateral coercive measures, including my country, Syria. They must seek to lift these measures or to address the gap created by these measures by providing these countries with their needs. These unilateral coercive measures prevent these countries from taking advantage of outer space activities, including for the purposes of achieving socioeconomic development and achieving the SDGs and implementing the 2030 space agenda. Mr. Chair, respect for international treaties and conventions on the peaceful uses of outer space is the responsibility of everyone. This requires strengthened international cooperation, non-politicization, and the prevention of any unilateral coercive measures on any country. The Syrian Arab Republic remains committed to this forum to achieve its goals. My country stands ready to cooperate with you and with other delegations to make sure that this session of COPUOS is a success. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Syrian Arab Republic. And now we move to the right of reply for the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for giving my delegation the floor. This is a right of reply. Allow me to begin with welcoming the statement from the distinguished delegation of Uzbekistan. Very recently, Uzbekistan joined the committee and began working in a very active and constructive manner. We are grateful to the initiative from Uzbekistan and will carefully look at it. Thank you. Allow me now to respond to the statement from the delegation of Canada, referring to the fact that allegedly the Russian Federation is striking with missiles in Ukraine on its civilians and its infrastructure. I have a question to the distinguished delegate of Canada. Are you at all following world news? Are you aware of what happened yesterday? Well, let me tell you. Yesterday, the entire Orthodox world was celebrating the Holy Trinity, which is an important celebration for Orthodox. And on that day, the Ukrainian armed forces decided that it was a good idea to carry out a massive missile strike on the city of Sevastopol. They use ATACMS produced in the US, outfitted with cluster weapons. These cluster weapons, allow me to remind you, are banned in the majority of countries of the world. Four missiles were intercepted successfully by Russian anti-air forces. The fifth one, though, unfortunately, struck the beach, where there were tourists and civilians from Sevastopol. As a result of this horrific incident, several were killed. That includes 2 children, and about 150 were wounded, including 27 children. The Russian Federation has declared a day of mourning. We have requested that the United Nations condemn this terrorist attack, that it be condemned by the international community. Allow me to clarify for those who are unaware. The targeting of these rockets was using satellite technologies. I understand that the distinguished delegate of Canada, in the context of this type of news, is making allegations against the Russian Federation. And it seems to mean that Canada supports the use of cluster technologies for military purposes with children as victims. Have I understood correctly, Canada? Are you fine with children being killed? If that is the case, then please say so directly into the mic. And now, turning to the delegation of Ukraine and their politicized statement. If the distinguished representative of Ukraine were to be in the room more often, he would hear that over the entire last week, including from the chair, there were appeals to delegations to de-escalate the politicization of discussions and to stop bringing into our discussions items which are not included on the agenda. The distinguished representative of Ukraine talked about some sort of barbarian actions undertaken by Russia. What about yours? Those are not just barbarous, they are simply war crimes. And do believe me that all accomplices will find themselves prosecuted sooner or later. And now, as to how Ukraine is using space technologies today, essentially they are using it only for 2 purposes. Number 1, and that is to provide link-ups to troops on the ground, and that is done very actively using the Starlink American system. Secondly, so as to carry out strikes on the Russian Federation with highly accurate, highly precise weapons also provided by the West. Those strikes, though, are not against military targets because there would be no point to that. What's the point of killing 10 military troops, rather 100 military troops, when on the front there are hundreds of thousands? As you can see from a military point of view, that would be pointless. But when you kill 100 civilians, well, that is high profile. That draws a lot of attention. And we see that with the support of Western sponsors, these type of terrorist attacks are carried out pretty much every day. For those who are unaware, let me tell you that in Belgorod, which is on the border with Ukraine, daily, with drones, there are attacks on civilian cars, and each day there are attacks on civilian automobiles, and people die. Those drones are manned through internet and provided by the link-up is provided by Starlink. I'm telling you, it's not military troops being killed, it's civilians. The representative of Ukraine in this room, in addition to politicizing our discussions, for some reason began discussing things that have to do with the Geneva disarmament agenda. Those are not included on the COPUOS agenda. He concluded his statement by making an appeal to not cooperate in the peaceful uses of outer space with the Russian Federation. Colleagues, just think, the delegation of Ukraine is politicizing our work and is appealing that there be no peaceful cooperation. Does Ukraine have a place on this committee? I would like to conclude. In a number of statements, there were criticisms and the so-called alleged inadmissibility of creating in the Russian Federation a regional center for space science and technology. Colleagues, the center has been functioning for quite some time already. Students are hosted for training. It's doing what it should do. And in fact, no approval is required from you. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation. We shall continue our consideration of agenda item 5, general exchange of view, this afternoon. Now, I'd like to reopen item 6, ways and means of maintaining outer space for peaceful purposes upon request by a delegation. Yes. I could see that Ukraine is asking for the floor. Is this a right of reply or point of order?
Mr. Chair, it is a right of reply.
Yeah, so please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be very brief. First of all, I would like to mention to the Russian Federation that our country, as an independent state, under the Article 51 has the right for self-defense. It's pretty clear. The second, it is Russia who started the war against Ukraine. It is Russia who tries to kidnap, to kill civilians on a daily basis. Yes, we have other platforms where we are talking about their strikes. They are hitting all the power plants, all the medical buildings, etc. And I see it's very naive from their side, what they have told just a few minutes ago. And but by the way, it's just Russian manners, yes, to resort to manipulations in this fora. We are just trying to tell who is aggressor, who has the impact on our space activity. And it is Russia who violated all the principles and norms of international law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Ukraine. And before proceeding, I just want to remind the delegations to be mindful of time and to proceed with the COPUOS agenda items. I see the Russian Federation is asking for the floor. This is a right of reply? Yes, please, you have the floor.
Chairman, unfortunately, we, with colleagues, are seeing attempts to play some sort of political spectacle out on the committee and to provoke my delegation to start discussion on matters not falling within our agenda, to get into sort of mutual intimations and allegations. And I, in my national capacity, would really like to respond to the delegate of Ukraine and to recall to him that for 8 years they were terrorizing and killing the citizens of Donbass, and now are carrying out terrorist attacks in the Russian Federation. I'd like to recall to him how they use any and every international platform and contacts with Western partners, requiring high-tech weapons so as to strike the Russian Federation. See, though, that this isn't along the contact line, but rather into the territory of the Russian Federation, on people. This is a terrorist state we're talking about, which unfortunately, due to stagnation or inertia, is being provided support from Western states who are unable to acknowledge that the war has already been lost and it is time to stop. These terrorist acts continue to claim more and more lives and to garner more and more attention. Please. I think that this is a platform for constructive cooperation on all agenda items having to do with peaceful outer space activities. So please, let's stick to it. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Now, I would like to reopen item 6, ways and means of maintaining outer space for peaceful purposes, upon request by the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for giving my delegation the floor. I apologize that we were forced to again reopen agenda item 6. I, though, would like to take this opportunity to inform the committee regarding the outcomes of this morning's Russian-initiated informals on the matter of ways and means of maintaining outer space for peaceful purposes. We think it's quite important. We see today's consultations as a step forward. During the morning's discussions, the Russian Federation proposed to its partners a number of ideas and arguments, and I will put them forth in English. And we propose that everyone think about the committee perhaps agreeing on these ideas. And if I might, I shall now read them.
Belongs to the whole humankind and should be preserved for the peaceful users. COPUOS, among its top priorities, has a task to identify ways and means of preserving space for peaceful purposes. Emerging space technologies, such as mega-constellations of small satellites, provide us with significant advantages, giving hope for sustainable transformation of our social and economic life, but at the same time bringing new challenges and even threats. Any space technology had a dual-use nature and could have potential military applications. Intense military use of space systems multiplies risks to the sustainability, safety and security of outer space activities, including realization of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, deeply dependent on mutual space, multilateral space cooperation.
Now, we asked our distinguished colleagues what the committee might do to carry out its key mandate for the exploration of ways and means of maintaining outer space for peaceful purposes. The question remains open. But again, let me repeat, this is the launch pad for our discussions. And in this regard, the Russian Federation is proposing the launch on the committee of professional and solely technical, that is no politicization, and results-based dialogue for perhaps a most limited measure in this field, which in the future, self-restricting measures, which in the future could have a positive impact on the current situation, which is rather negative. In this regard, the Russian Federation is proposing, and it's in English, what I put out, including in the report of our session, the following para.
At its 67th session, addressed issues related to emerging space technologies, such as mega-constellations, in the context of its long-standing mandate to identify ways and means of preserving space for peaceful purposes.
We will send in writing this text to the Secretariat such that it can be included in the preparation of the final report, and request that member states support the inclusion of what we think is a very unifying text in the outcome report. Now, we've had a rather emotional discussion on item 5. which we think again is a striking example of the existence of the issue. Allow me to remind you that the Russian Federation presented to the consideration of the committee a draft GA resolution on space science and technologies for promoting peace. Unfortunately, for the time being, on the committee, there is no consensus on the matter. But we do hope that dialogue will continue. The committee must take a stance. It should not lose the window of opportunity to express a position on this issue and present it to the international community. We also prepared a special little text for inclusion in the final report of our committee, and as is established, can present this to the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to continue and conclude. I could see that the United Kingdom is raising a flag. Is this a right of reply or point of order?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's just to request the floor under this agenda item, if you will allow me.
Okay. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to colleagues. On this recent proposal that we've just heard, of course, the UK will take it away. We listen to all of the statements that are made here by all member states with an open mind and with a view to try and engage constructively. Therefore, we'd like to keep this agenda item open, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, so that we can consider with due time and with due consideration what's been tabled. But, Mr. Chair, I would say that we've descended in the last few moments into a bit of a shouting match, and for the UK, we understand why this is happening. We see in the conference room paper that was taken forward or proposed by the Russian Federation some quite difficult language for us that singles out specific member states, and it would be easier to consider this proposal from the Russian Federation if such combative language could be removed from that paper so that we can consider it not in the context of the ongoing conflict and illegal war in Ukraine, but in the context of building collaboration and consensus here at COPUOS, which is something that we are very much happy and willing to engage upon. So we call through you, Mr. Chair, on the Russian Federation, if it's possible, A, to have more time to consider this proposal, and B, if it's possible, to amend the current conference room paper to remove some of the more contentious language from that paper so that we can look on it with a favourable view rather than tainted by the language that is slightly more combative in nature. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate, and it is noted. Now I see the Russian Federation is asking for the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom for the proposal. We also support the idea that for now the item should remain open. Agenda item 6 should remain open. I'd like to just clarify two things, though. First, in the near future, we are planning, as an outcome of the consultations this morning, to prepare a new CRP. Maybe even today it'll be ready. It'll be disseminated. And we would like everyone to take a look at it. And it will contain the proposals which were put forth by the Russian Federation. On the first document disseminated, though, by the Russian Federation, which we were hearing a proposal to delete the para on Ukraine, I just want to clarify what you're talking about. So we didn't think that the CRP in some way would be adopted by the committee. So did you just mean to create grounds for discussion when it comes to member states' understanding on the committee of the issue? Actually, this is a very specific issue, and it's true that not all are aware of it. As we heard in February, talking about military things on the committee is inappropriate. Looks like we're having to tell member states about how things are going through in writing. But we heard from the distinguished delegation of the UK and are wanting to understand why are they asking us to modify the document. Do they think that because we're going to adopt it later? That would be very interesting to hear about the clarifications. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation, and I would like to ask you if you can discuss this bilaterally with the United Kingdom so that we can get a conclusion. I see also the United Kingdom is asking for the floor, so please you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And of course, we will try not to take up too much of your precious time, and we really commend the way that you're moving us along in our agenda and our discussions. So thank you for your leadership in that regard. I don't think our intention is to adopt this CRP. Of course, it's the drafter that will decide what measures we take. I don't think it will be possible in the current configuration of the committee to have consensus on that document given the composition and the discussions that we've seen so far. What we're saying is, if you have a paper and it talks about destroying satellites that belong to commercial entities of other countries, that is not a good starting point to have a discussion. Indeed, it's a provocation, and it's difficult in that context when there's a paper that says it's a state's right to destroy satellites that may have been launched from other countries or are the commercial property of businesses in other countries. That's not a very easy conversation to have if that's your opening sentence. So we're just saying if you could modify, and I think be in keeping with the spirit of this committee, which is on the peaceful uses and where we've seen very good and constructive conversations in the past, that would be a great start to a more complicated discussion that can take us forward in our work. But to start with the idea of destroying satellites, I think it's very difficult to start from there. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the United Kingdom. We'll therefore continue item 6 tomorrow morning. I would now like to continue and conclude our consideration of agenda item 8, report of the Legal Subcommittee on its 63rd session. I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Santiago Ripoll Carula from Spain, the esteemed chair of the Legal Subcommittee of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. His leadership and commitment have steered our deliberation with utmost professionalism. Mr. Chairman, the Legal Subcommittee of the Committee of the COPUOS, alongside of the Technical Subcommittee, serves as a vital pillar for COPUOS. For the pillar for the COPUOS activities and deliberation on matters of international space law, clarifying the rights and responsibilities of nations in outer space and fostering dialogue among member states to promote equitable access to space resources. To help the Legal Subcommittee address the legal dimensions of ongoing issues in the outer space domain, two key considerations are essential. First, consensus as the foundation of cooperation and interaction among member states enhances the effectiveness of our collective efforts to further space law. Second, to ensure an interactive and cooperative approach when proposing topics of interest, member states should carefully align them with the priorities of the COPUOS and avoid issues that are socially, culturally, or religiously sensitive to a wide range of countries. By focusing on shared goals and common interests, we can strengthen existing space law and promote collaboration without COPUOS and its subcommittees. Mr. Chairman, my delegation is strongly disappointed that the Legal Subcommittee during its 63rd session, despite successfully addressing all agenda items and making informed decisions, was unable to adopt its report due to the insistence of some delegation to raise a sensitive issue that was out of COPUOS priorities and context. Examining the reason behind the legal subcommittee's failure to approve its report reveals that unwavering stance of a select few delegations to raise sensitive issues that challenges deeply ingrained social, cultural, and religious norms in many member states. Ironically, while the move for furthering a toolkit was meddling in the socially established practice of various countries, the supporter of that toolkit emphasized the importance of COPUOS established practice. It appears that for them, the socially established practice of various countries are less significant than the COPUOS established practice. Furthermore, they cautioned against rewriting and revisiting COPUOS history. Yet paradoxically, a toolkit that they propose attempts to rewrite the history of the family as the bedrock of human society. Mr. Chairman, the United Nations treaties on outer space play a crucial role in shaping our collective journey beyond Earth. These agreements contribute to preventing an arms race in space, ensuring sustainable access for all countries, and ultimately fostering trust and collective security. We firmly believe that reinforcing these treaties will contribute to a safer, more cooperative, and sustainable space environment for all nations. Iran emphasizes the importance of international cooperation in space activities. The treaties should encourage collaboration among nations for scientific research, technology transfer, and joint exploration. Strengthening provisions related to data sharing, capacity building, and collaborative missions would foster mutual benefit. The mitigation of the space debris has become an issue as the number of space objects orbiting the Earth has grown exponentially in recent decades. The space-leading nations especially bear a significant responsibility to mitigate and remove space debris. We believe that any steps toward addressing this issue shall ensure the fostering of a cooperative environment that does not impede the rights of developing states to partake in the exploration and use of outer space. We recognize the importance of space traffic management, STM, in the rapidly evolving space environment. Our commitment to equitable access, capacity building, and responsible behavior drives our stance on STM. Access to accurate space situational awareness, SSA, data is crucial. We call for transparent sharing of information related to a space object, conjunction assessment, and collision avoidance maneuvers. We have carefully considered the proposal to establish an open-ended study group on STM. During the previous LSC session, we actively participated in discussion about this proposal. Similar to the other bodies operating under the UN system, we believe the mandate and scope of this study group require through deliberation before its establishment. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Greece. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as this is the first time that we are taking the floor, we would like to join previous speakers in congratulating you on your election and wishing you success in your important task. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, over the last few years, there has been an intense debate on the development of activities related to the exploration, exploitation, and utilization of outer space resources. Greece has been actively involved on the matter and strongly believes that any such activities need a solid and unequivocal legal framework. The dynamic emergence of the private sector in outer space activities creates new challenges, so it is expected that private entities will play an active role in the exploration and exploitation of the resources of celestial bodies in general, as and when this becomes feasible. As developments and activities are speeding up, it is obvious that they are testing the boundaries of currently existing legal frameworks on space governance. As a consequence, it is necessary to significantly reduce the legal risk arising from the absence of clear ad hoc regulations. It follows that the creation of a specific, solid international legal framework would be a decisive factor in making today's expectations a reality.
The international character of the relevant framework, together with its consistency with the applicable international law, and in particular Article 3 of the Outer Space Treaty, will certainly ensure a responsible use of space resources on the one hand, and will effectively serve the commonly accepted objective of the long-term sustainability of space activities on the other. Mr. Chairman, it must be recalled that in the For All Humanity, the Future of Outer Space Governance, Our Common Agenda Policy Brief 7, which was elaborated by the UN Secretary General in view of the upcoming 2024 UN Summit of the Future, the Secretary General recommends Member States, among others, to develop an effective framework for sustainable exploration, exploitation, utilization of the Moon and other celestial bodies. This framework could include binding and non-legally binding aspects and should build upon the 5 UN treaties on outer space and other instruments for international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. Without agreed international principles on activities in the exploration, exploitation, utilization of space resources, these economic incentives carry potential risk of conflict, environmental degradation and cultural loss. In light of the above, Greece's position is that the UN COPUOS, and in particular its legal subcommittee, is and should continue to be the primary forum for the discussions on international legal framework for the development of space resource activities. In developing such a legal framework, the importance of international cooperation is more than crucial, and in this connection, we believe that any other existing multilateral initiatives, fora, or models of constructive multilateral cooperation on the matter, such as, for example, the Artemis Accords, to which Greece acceded early this year, are most welcome and could contribute to our collective aspiration to expand the horizons of human exploration and knowledge in accordance with the applicable international law. It is our shared responsibility to ensure that existing international space law is fully implemented and that effective governance is in place to propel innovation and mitigate risks. Mr. Chairman, the COPUOS LSC has proven its ability to deliver on its mandate. Greece is strongly committed to the work of the Legal Subcommittee and is actively participating in the work of this unique legal forum where all important issues of international space law are discussed. We welcome in particular the progress made so far within the Legal Subcommittee's working group on the legal aspects of space resource activities. In this connection, we would like to highlight the importance of the expert meeting collecting preliminary inputs for consideration at the International Conference in Vienna, co-hosted by Belgium and Luxembourg, as well as, in particular, the importance of the International Conference on Space Resources held here in Vienna on the sidelines of the 63rd session of the LSE. These two events have positively enriched the ongoing debate and, most importantly, gave us all the opportunity to participate in an inclusive and transparent discussion of consensually agreed topics of utmost significance. In this context, we would like to stress that Greece believes that the legal aspects of space resource exploration and exploitation must be regulated by international law. Past legal experience in this respect includes the administration of the international seabed by the International Seabed Authority established by the UNCLOS, the frequency spectrum management regime of the International Telecommunication Union, and the legal regime governing Antarctica. This long-established, solid international legal practice, adopted within the framework of the UN system, part of which is also COPUOS, can serve as an international and inspirational tool and guide in developing a legal framework for space resource activities. Mr. Chairman, this year the Legal Subcommittee did not adopt its regular analytic report on its deliberations. In this context, we express the hope that the LSE, at its next meeting in 2025, be able to adopt its consensual report in accordance with the established practice, which counts very many years. In concluding, let me assure you that Greece will continue to work towards the promotion of international cooperation and the fruitful discussion and exchange of views on the major legal issues currently under consideration by the Legal Subcommittee, so that space activities are carried out in a responsible, sustainable, peaceful and equitable manner. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Greece, and now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Turkey. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, since it is the first time we have taken the floor, we would like to thank His Excellency Omran Sharaf from United Arab Emirates for all his successful work as the former chair and congratulate you, Mr. Sidki, and also Mr. Ekrem from Morocco on your elections as our new chairs for 2024-2025. As well as the new members of the Bureau, and express our gratitude to the Director of UNOSA, Ms. Hola Maini, and her dedicated team for the excellent preparation of this session. Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, Turkey thanks Professor Ripol Karulla for all his work as the chair of the Legal Subcommittee and all the delegations that actively contributed to discussions at the 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee. Chair, we believe that the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and its subcommittees as the main platforms for the discussions on peaceful use of outer space and development of international law in this field play a pivotal role in regulating and managing outer space activities. Regarding discussions on potential legal models for activities in the exploration, exploitation and utilization of space resources, we are of the view that the authorized body is the COPUOS that takes its decisions by consensus. We also believe that the technical mandate of these platforms need to be strictly preserved, also with respect to the discussions on potential legal models for activities in the exploration, exploitation and utilization of space resources. As maritime law and airspace law have different dynamics and are regulated by totally different regimes and instruments which are not on outer space, they are out of the scope and mandate of COPUOS and thus should be precluded. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Turkey. And now we have concluded our consideration of Agenda Item 8, Report of the Legal Subcommittee on its 63rd session. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to continue and hopefully conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 9, Space and Sustainable Development. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of South Africa. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to present South Africa's views under this agenda item. Science and technology are recognized as priorities for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The application of science and technology, particularly space-related technologies, is an essential tool for accelerating sustainable development. The South African government acknowledges the pivotal role of space science and technology in national development, emphasizing its impact on improving citizens' quality of life and creating opportunities for sustainable economic growth. Chairperson, the South African government has approved a comprehensive investment initiative to enhance South Africa's space sector's role in developing new space applications and promoting growth in the sector. This initiative also aims to support efforts towards achieving the SDGs. The establishment of the Space Infrastructure Hub is currently underway and is intended to enhance South Africa's space capabilities across the entire value chain. This includes satellite development, constructing new ground stations, developing human capital, and expanding data storage and processing abilities, among other initiatives. This ambitious program will further enhance South Africa to utilize, This ambitious program will further enable South Africa to utilize space technology to contribute to sustainable development by supporting better management of our natural resources, including improving agricultural output. In addressing food security challenges, South Africa leverages cutting-edge tools that use Earth observation data, such as the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research's Precision Agriculture Information System and the Agricultural Research Council's Umlindi report, which is a monthly report on drought conditions throughout the country. Chairperson, over the past 30 years, the use of space technologies has played a crucial role in enhancing societal resilience and has significantly impacted South Africa's development. The need for timeous access to critical data is a key driver of many initiatives within the South African space program, including the development of remote sensing technologies such as synthetic aperture radar and development of national satellite manufacturing capabilities. The application of space-related activities are also essential tools for bridging the digital divide, with the capacity to place developing countries on a path of sustainable growth and development. This is consistent with the impetus given to the development through the use of space-based applications in support of economic development and poverty alleviation. Chairperson, distinguished delegates, living in an era of continuous adverse challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, resource depletion, natural and man-made disasters, space technologies remain our hope in playing an increasingly significant role in finding sustainable solutions for a better future. In this regard, South Africa supports the inclusion of a dedicated outer space track to be included in the Summit of the Future. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of South Africa, and now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished speaker of China.
Chair, the Chinese government highly values the important role of space technology in sustainable development and remains committed to leveraging space technology for socio-economic development. To boost our remote sensing capabilities, in 2023, China launched the Fengyun 3G and 3F satellites, which formed a network with the previously launched Fengyun 3D and 3E. Together, they enable more accurate observation of precipitation, temperature, humidity, vertical profiles, and trace gases, further enhancing our capabilities in numerical global weather prediction, in addressing climate change, in environment monitoring, and comprehensive disaster prevention and reduction. Last year, the Haiyang C1 satellite was also launched with success. Together with the previously launched Haiyang A3 and A4, they enable high accuracy, multispectral, and long-time sequential observation of global ocean bodies, and they can meet demand for maritime disaster prevention and reduction, marine resource exploitation, and offshore environment monitoring. They provide important support to global observation of climate change in oceans. China and Brazil signed an agreement to develop a new satellite in data sharing and applications under the cooperation framework of BRICS remote sensing constellation. Last year, China provided 302 frames or 883.26 gigabytes of data imagery to international partners and demonstrated data applications for environment protection and resource monitoring. Fengyun Satellite Data Service now covers 129 countries and regions. It has 12,767 international subscribers, and the volume of downloaded data reached 80.38 terabytes. and China continued to support ICMOD and provided in total 8,000 scenes of imagery for mountain monitoring and assessment. In August 2023, South Africa's National Space Agency began to receive data from China-Brazil CBERS-4A satellite. The data is used for demonstrating applications in grassland vegetation survey and monitoring of land use change. China announced the cooperation opportunities for remote sensing satellite to share archived metadata and imagery from our Golfin satellites. By the end of last year, the SDG Sat-1, developed and launched by China, has shared over 250,000 scenes of imagery with users from 85 countries and regions. In emergency monitoring for international disasters, China responded actively to mechanisms such as the Charter and provided last year 1,484 scenes of remote sensing satellite data to 52 major international disaster relief efforts. China's Beidou Satellite Navigation System, or the BDS, built 4 main service platforms for international search and rescue, SMS communication, satellite-based and ground-based augmentation systems. BDS integrates innovations into its positioning and timing functions to boost global services and applications. Last year, China and Egypt built and put into operation the AIT facilities and the Egypt-2 satellites, and together with Kazakhstan, we advanced satellite data applications in agriculture, emergency response, and data interoperability. And together with Thailand, we established the Cooperation Center for Earth Observation Data and Applications, which is used in agriculture, water management, and food security in regional countries. China-Africa Cooperation Center for Remote Sensing Satellite Applications was established to promote digital economy, poverty reduction, disaster relief, remote sensing, water use, and environment protection in African countries. China highly values COPUOS' role in guiding the use of space technology for sustainable development and appreciates the many achievements to date. China is willing to share its experience and broaden its exchange and cooperation so that space technology can make greater contributions. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate of China, and now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished delegate of Belarus. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman, delegates, on behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Belarus, we would like to welcome all delegates to the 67th COPUOS session. Chairman, distinguished delegates, the Belarusian Space System of Remote Earth Sensing, RES, is created on the basis of the 2012 launch of the Belarusian space device with a resolution of 2 meters. It has been functioning since 2013 and is very economical. Currently, the Belarusian space system of ERS has been working soundly, fully carrying out its intended tasks, and has provided space information for interested states, bodies, and organizations in the Republic of Belarus. The information received from the ERS system is used in our country for monitoring of emergency situations of natural and man-made nature, as well as forecasting and study of natural landscapes, agriculture, as well as for the state conduct of the census, forecasting and rebuilding of roads. The satellite imagery are the establishment for topographic and navigational maps, as well as geographical exploration. As a result of these space activities, Other countries are also included. This includes through the Digital Agenda for Development, the study of the Arctic, and global ecology. We are also part of the International Charter on Space and major emergencies, and we provide information on this basis. At current time, we have significant need for users regarding space information provided by the National Space System of ERS, in particular when it comes to resolution and frequency of space imagery, as well as for their thematic processing. The Belarusian energy industry also needs information on the situation of the near-Earth space, including the ionosphere and the forecasting of magnetic storms. There are two global trends when it comes to developing RES constellations. The first is creating large, heavy, and costly ERS devices with 0.5 to 0.3 resolution, and the second are groups of small and cheaper space devices, constellations with task delegation, doing the same things as their larger counterparts. For the first time, we're participating in the creation of the Russian-Belarusian Space RES device with a 0.35 resolution. The platform for the apparatus has been prepared by the Russian Federation and the imaging by the Belarusian Republic. We are also updating our ground-based infrastructure so as to work with the new space apparatus and new technology for space imagery and their processing. The national operators for space devices of ERS will be dealing with the launch from both countries. Currently, we're working on the plan for the satellite, and the launch is planned for 2028. The creation and commissioning of space devices broadens the social and economic possibilities for development of Belarus with the use of space information and space technologies. Another area in Belarus is carried out through the National Space Program, creating a space system for monitoring of the near-Earth space on the basis of two small space devices like CubeSat. This is a system for monitoring the ionosphere and forecasting magnetic storms. As a result of research, the results of the research will be used so as to ensure the safety of the energy grid in Belarus. Furthermore, through cooperation with the Russian Federation, there is a constellation of 3 small space devices, CubeSat. 2 of them are Russian and 1 Belarusian. These will host a research apparatus for the monitoring of the near-Earth space and studying solar events, as well as an RES imaging apparatus built in Belarus with a 2.3 resolution. This constellation of small space devices will mean that key technologies can be fueled, as well as algorithms and modeling for the near-Earth space, as well as integration of imagery, high-resolution imagery for a small apparatus on universal platform. This will be a great leap forward in terms of science and technology and development. Achievements in the space sphere in Belarus aim at attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. These were adopted by member states of the United Nations on 25 September 2015 and are implemented so as to make economic and social progress and ensure the safety and security of peoples. Chairman, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Colleagues, thank you as well.
I thank the distinguished representative of Belarus, and now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, Japan is convinced that space technology and international cooperation are indispensable to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Japan would like to continue to provide its unwavering support for the achievement of the SDGs. Chair, allow us to share some examples of our contributions to this end. Japan has been promoting the use of Japanese experiment module, Kibo, on the ISS to maximize its outcomes. Various experiments have been conducted aboard Kibo, including on material science, medical science, and life science. One example of an experiment conducted aboard Kibo is on the high-quality protein crystal growth. The detailed information obtained from this experiment is expected to contribute to the development of innovative drugs to combat cancer, as well as infectious and lifestyle-related diseases. Japan has contributed to building the capacity of developing and emerging spacefaring countries. Through programs such as Kibo Cube, we are able to offer various countries the opportunity to deploy their own developed CubeSats from Kibo. Kibo has helped 5 teams so far in realizing their hopes of successfully deploying their CubeSats. This also offers unique opportunity to learn elements of international space law through the development and operation by themselves. Chair, Japan is expected to contribute to a wide range of SDGs with satellite data. Earth observation using satellites also contribute to various global issues on ground. One is the observation of precipitation, which is useful for tackling water-related disasters such as flood, typhoon, and landslide. JAXA has developed a precipitation monitoring system known as GSMAP, which offers global rainfall maps using satellite data. This system provides hourly global precipitation data, contributing to a wide variety of activities, including disaster management. Japan is committed to helping address water-related issues through these efforts. Second is the atmospheric observation, such as GHG and aerosol, for tackling climate change issues. Japan is addressing these issues through observations by satellites such as the GOSAT series and the Global Change Observation Mission Climate. We would like to reiterate that Japan will continue our efforts to tackle climate change issues. Third is the disaster monitoring activities. JAXA has led international project for disaster monitoring in the Asia-Pacific region, known as the Sentinel-Asia. This is a collaborative project in the region to reduce damage caused by natural disasters, whereby disaster-related information acquired from satellite images and other data is shared with 98 organizations from 29 countries and regions, as well as 17 international organizations. In addition, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, has contributed to various global issues on ground by actively utilizing satellite data in cooperation with developing countries in a wide range of fields, such as the environment, climate change, disaster prevention, and agriculture. In recent years, JICA has also contributed to human resource development in the space field. In this connection, I would like to invite you all to a technical presentation by JICA scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Finally, in terms of gender equality, SDG 5 last year, JAXA experts participated in the 2023 Space for Women expert meeting, co-hosted by the Canadian Space Agency and UNESA last fall. We congratulate the CSA, the distinguished delegates of Canada, and UNESA with appreciation for their efforts on the successful outcome of the expert meeting, notably the shaping of the gender mainstreaming toolkit. Chair, JAXA will launch a satellite, ALOS-4, on the end of this month from Tanegashima Space Station in Japan. ALOS-4 carries a synthetic aperture radar and is expected to fully utilize its capability in various fields, as the current ALOS-2 has achieved significant contributions, including forest monitoring and disaster monitoring. Last but not least, Japan believes that space governance is one of the topics of the UN Summit of the Future to be held in September this year. In this regard, Japan hopes that the discussion at COPUOS will contribute to effective future space governance at the summit and its outcome document, the Pact for the Future. Japan firmly believes that space technology has the potential to support sustainable development, and we will continue to contribute to this important issue. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of India. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, Indian delegation would like to inform this August gathering of its significant accomplishments in the use of space technology to support sustainable development goals. India has always advocated the path of sustainable development to maintain a balance between environment and development. In this context, space technology plays an important role in planning and monitoring of developmental activities to meet the societal needs, at the same time decreasing their adverse impacts on ecology and environment. Presently, a number of operational Earth observation satellites are providing data in the domains of natural as well as anthropogenic resources on the Earth and its environment. Indian EO satellites provide the user community with inputs to conserve the bioresources, georesources, and hydro resources. The EO inputs are vastly used in promoting sustainable agriculture, coastal area management, forest area management, and energy management. National level programs have been initiated for mapping and monitoring of community level biodiversity, coral reef, forest cover, snow cover area, and health of glaciers in the Himalayas using space inputs. India annually carries out a national level mapping of land use, land cover to monitor and quantify the land use, land cover changes and its impact of environment. The outcome of these activities are provided as inputs to UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. India is also submitting information to the United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification to prioritize areas needing immediate action to combat land degradation and achieve land degradation neutrality status by 2030. 3 mapping cycles have been completed in the last 2 decades. Mr. Chair, India frequently experiences natural disasters like floods, droughts, cyclone, forest fire, landslides, etc. Country's high population density increases the vulnerability of population towards these natural disasters. India has excelled in use of space technology in development of early warning systems for some of these natural disasters. These systems have enabled the country to reduce the loss of life in each of the disasters and fast-track the relief, rehabilitation, and redevelopment activities in the affected areas. Mr. Chair, India greatly emphasizes on effective utilization of space technology in monitoring and managing water resources. The availability of surface water in the natural and man-made reservoirs is frequently mapped using EO data. These results feed into the water body information system, which provides spatio-temporal dynamics of water bodies at frequency of up to 5 days. India's commitment to rapidly increasing the renewable energy capacity reflects its strong commitment towards reduction of greenhouse gases emissions. India is encouraging the use of EO data in identifying and tapping the potential of renewable energies, hydroelectric, solar, wind, geothermal, and tidal energy in the country. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, we would like to convey that India is exploiting the potential of space technology in ensuring the sustainable development of the society. India is willing to share its experience with member nations towards achieving the global sustainable development. Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates.
I thank the distinguished representative of India for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Morocco. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Morocco is pleased to brief the Committee on the Agenda Item 9, Space and Sustainable Development, and appreciate the opportunity to highlight the link between Sustainable Development Goals and space technologies, which play a crucial role in monitoring, understanding, and achieving these goals. Mr. Chair, the Moroccan National Sustainable Development Strategy, as well as the achievement and ongoing monitoring actions on the SDGs by all relevant national actors, highlighted the commitment of Morocco in the process of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Morocco is engaged in several projects for the use and integration of Earth observation data in different sectors of socio-economic development to support the implementation of sectoral strategies and addressing the need of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. This project translates into value-added products and services based on Earth observation data in different areas such as natural resources, water resources, land use in planning, agriculture, natural disasters, and marine resources. Images from the Mohammed 6A and B satellite launched in 2017 and 2018 contribute significantly to the development of these products and services. It's worth underlining that space technologies provide valuable data for the sustainable management of natural resources such as water, soil, and forests. In this regard, several projects have been implemented by the Royal Centre for Remote Sensing and its partners for the management and the optimization of water resources, detection changes in land use, and the mapping. In the field of natural disasters management, Morocco remains convinced that geospatial information is essential more than ever to ensure effective management of natural disaster risks during all its phases. Knowledge and evaluation, prevention, preparation for crisis management, recovery and reconstruction. Several projects are being carried out with the national departments and institutions in charge in different areas, including tsunamis, floods, earthquakes, and forest fires. Moreover, significant efforts have been undertaken in the field of space and sustainable development, particularly at the Ukamenden Observatory as a part of Qadi Ayyad University. Many initiatives relating to space sciences have been launched there, in particular to study space risks likely to impact the Earth. In this respect, it's worth underlining among the themes covered space weather, space debris, satellite tracking, and the protection of the dark sky. This project benefits from diversified international cooperation involving the observation and analysis of phenomena for better risk prediction. Mr. Chair, regarding the cooperation with African countries in the field of space and sustainable development, Morocco hosted in April 2024 the annual conference of the African Astronomical Society with a special session dedicated to space science. This event contributes to establish a network aimed at formalizing this cooperation with full collaboration with the African Initiative for Planetary and Space Sciences. These efforts made by my country aim not only to advance scientific knowledge, but also to train future African experts in the space field, thus promoting sustainable development and better preparation in the face of global challenges. Mr. Chair, to conclude, Morocco remains convinced that technology space contributes to the achievement of the SDGs and will continue to work towards achieving these objectives. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Morocco for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Kenya. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to share Kenya's view and recent development on this agenda item. Mr. Chair, Kenya recognizes the critical role that space science, technologies, and application play as enabler and drivers in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals by providing essential data for decision support, planning, and predictive analytics. To raise awareness of the importance of their space technology and their application for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, Kenya hosted a biannual Kenya Space Expo and conference themed Space Technologies for Societal Benefits. The event brought together representatives from government, academia, industry, professionals and international organizations, startups, and the wider public to a multi-stakeholder dialogue on the use of space technologies in addressing societal needs, as well as showcasing real applications in socio-economic development. Through our enduring partnership with the Italian Space Agency, Kenya is currently in the process of establishing a Center for Earth Observation at the Broglio Marine Space Center that will be instrumental in acquisition of Earth observation data for use in decision support and planning in agriculture, environmental monitoring, natural resources management, and disaster management, among others. This will greatly facilitate development of applications useful for addressing a number of SDGs targets. It is expected that the center will be operational by the end of the year. Further, Kenya has secured support from India in specialized training of its geospatial engineers in the next 1 month in development of Earth observation decision support tools and application, as well as the development of a geoportal for the Kenya Earth observation community. Mr. Chair, Kenya commends UNOSA for providing capacity building initiatives and opportunities on Earth observation and space system engineering to developing countries. We have benefited in the development and deployment of small satellites, a space debris tracking telescope through access to Space for All initiative, and development of a climate camera module to be deployed on the International Space Station. These capacity building opportunities in the highest results in high-skilled individuals and demonstrate the benefits of space to society. Access to safe, potable water is one of the challenges in our region, with a multitude of issues affecting water quality, mapping, and monitoring. Kenya is utilizing space technology to monitor and manage its water resources effectively, including monitoring surface water extent, groundwater resources, and implementing drought monitoring system based on satellite data. Kenya acknowledges the role of UNOSA in maintaining register of objects launched into outer space. This transparency mechanism enables member states to understand the ownership and utilization of space assets launched in the outer space. To fulfill this obligation, Kenya registered Taifa 1 satellite, which was launched into the outer space in April 2023. Kenya also embraces global partnership with governments, space agencies, the private sector, and civil society in space matters for sustainable development. We are open to collaboration and partnership in areas of Earth observation, space system engineering, and capacity building opportunities on space matters for our youth. We appreciate the effort and opportunities that have been availed by Italy, India, France, Japan, and others through our various partnerships towards building capacity in space. We welcome consideration from advanced pairing nations to offer capacity building to Kenyan professionals in space matters. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, Kenya is dedicated to promote the development of its space industry and leverage the potential of space for sustainable development. We believe that through international cooperation and the sharing of knowledge and resources, we can achieve the sustainable development goals and ensure that the benefits of space technology are accessible to all. Together, let us harness the benefits of space for the betterment of our planet and the future of humanity. I thank you.
Thank the distinguished representative of Kenya for her statement. And now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. The Russian Federation pays particular attention to the development of orbital satellite constellations for social and economic purpose. These Russian devices are used for sustainable and long-term development for Russian as well as the global economy. This also includes for the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. For the Russian Federation, the use of space technology is particularly relevant given the vastness of our country. Through its vast territory, there are international transport corridors which must have, across their entire length, have network for navigational and geoinformation services. Particularly relevant is the development of territories in the Arctic areas as well as the North Sea route. Our efforts aim to get away with the digital divide of peoples as well as to ensure high-speed broadband access to Internet. Chairman, it is utterly clear that the attainment of the SDGs today requires space technologies. The Russian Federation is a recognized international leader in the exploration and use of outer space, as well as a time-tested, sound partner. We are ready to provide these technologies to other states. We are steadily stepping up international outer space cooperation through the use of the Global Navigational System, GLONASS, when it comes to the remote sensing of the Earth, the building of space devices for various purposes, the provision of launch services, the carrying out of crewed space flights, astronomical observation, as well as the monitoring of space debris. This type of mutually beneficial, equal, and discrimination-free cooperation has concrete, practical outcomes. It allows the partners of Russia to significantly increase their effectiveness in many sectors of their economies, as well as in a timely manner identify and overcome the impacts of emergency situations and natural disasters, as well as those that are man-made, to develop telemedicine and ensure networking, as well as create educational programs for all remote areas of the territory. We support close and long-standing cooperation with Algeria, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Belarus, Russia, Bolivia, Brazil, Venezuela, Vietnam, Djibouti, Egypt, Zimbabwe, India, Indonesia, Iran, Congo, Kazakhstan, Cuba, the Chinese People's Republic, Kyrgyzstan, Malaysia, Mali, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nicaragua, Oman, the UAE, Pakistan, Thailand, Tanzania, Turkey, Turkmenistan, Uganda, Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia, and South Africa. We also effectively cooperate in the ISS with the U.S., in spite of our geopolitical differences. We welcome the success of our Belarusian colleagues in exploring outer space, including sending the first Belarusian woman to outer space. We assist in dialogue on peaceful outer space activities having to do with all countries in BRICS, the CIS, the SCO, and the CSTO. During the Russian chairmanship of BRICS this year, the Roscosmos State Corporation, with the assistance of the Foreign Ministry of the Russian Federation, conducted a meeting for the heads of space agencies for BRICS countries, where we discussed a broad span of issues having to do with the exploration of outer space for peaceful purposes. In so doing, Russia's long-term partners account for just about half of COPUOS member states. We are proud of this achievement and will continue to broaden the geographical coverage of our cooperation. When it comes to the exploration of deep space, we pay particular attention to the Russian-Chinese draft building of the International Scientific Lunar Station. We'd like to see all interested states join. I hope that together with our Chinese partners, we will continue to regularly inform the committee regarding the realization of this project. Another far-reaching project would be the creation of an utterly new Russian orbital station in polar orbit. We invite all interested in outer space activities to cooperate on this. Chairman, the Russian Federation is firmly committed to the fact of outer space remaining exclusively for peaceful purposes, and a platform for discussing all issues having to do with the exploration of outer space, and the only place for crafting international regulations here, so as to ensure the sustainable use of outer space for peaceful purposes. It is important that outer space activities be carried out as per international law. Here of particular importance is the Committee's guiding principles for the mitigation of space debris, as well as the guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, which, as we hope, will continue to be developed. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela attaches keen attention to the current issues related to the activities of states in outer space and recognizes this subcommittee's interest in addressing matters under consideration, which is why we have continued to incorporate the data that we have obtained using remote sensing systems in Venezuela in order to address the impact of human activities that are indispensable for our national economic development on the environment, in particular in developing countries. Sustainable development represents the transition from our current society to a society that is more respectful in its dealing with the environment, and therefore the major challenge that space activities faces is how to manage the use of our natural resources for the benefit of humankind in a fashion that is sustainable over time. On that basis, our delegation places particular emphasis on using space data to protect natural areas, which are being monitored in order to follow the effect of climate change, to mitigate environmental deterioration, and to plan remedial action. Activities such as mining and the oil industry and other basic industries deserve our particular attention in the use we make of the data obtained from our remote sensing platforms in order to support state efforts to ensure an appropriate management of these sectors, while continuing to promote sustainable economic growth through increased levels of technological innovation and productivity. Developing these aspects is far from simple, quite the contrast, but Venezuela remains committed to developing policies in this field. In the same vein, Chair, Venezuela strives to use the benefits derived from space applications in order to work towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals under Agenda 2030. And in this regard, given the role of education as part of this process, through the Bolivarian Agency for Space Activities, ABAE, our country has made available the knowledge acquired by our local professionals following more than 16 years of working together with the community in order to provide extended services to qualified teachers. As such, the use of satellite data within the health sector in order to monitor tropical zoonotic diseases has become one of the key areas of research we are developing. Turning to attaining gender equality and empowering women and girls, here women's participation in scientific and technological activities in Venezuela has clearly increased in the space sector nationally. More than 50% of the jobs in the sector are held by women. We are equally working on implementing projects and programs that awaken an interest among our children for science, technology, and innovation. This, such as the Space Ignition Program, which is organized by the Bolivarian Space Activity Agency, providing training and education related to basic robotics and programming for school-aged children. This initiative has already been brought to more than 1,996 children.
Venezuela tiene como prioridad.
The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela aims to improve the quality of life of its people, and therefore we are using the data derived from space for better planning and management of agricultural and forestry activities, as well as for industry and for services, all in order to harmonize human activity with the environment. Accordingly, in light of the benefits of space applications for sustainable development of our countries, and in particular for developing countries, exchanging good practices and experience with those countries that have more experience in the space sector can further strengthen the actions undertaken by emerging countries with a view to sustainable development. Chair, I would now like to refer to the draft resolution entitled Space Science and Technology for Promoting Peace. We would like to thank the delegation of the Russian Federation for having raised this issue of such relevance for a discussion in this forum. And our delegation notes with keen attention and interest a number of the elements that have been included in the aforementioned draft resolution. In particular, emphasis on the fundamental principles underpinning the peaceful use of outer space, equitable access for all states to nuclear science and technology without discrimination, the promotion of international cooperation, as well as the work of UN-OSA in order to continue promoting cooperation among states. Moreover, our delegation attaches the utmost relevance to the inclusion and further strengthening of the role played by women and youth in these scientific areas. We note with satisfaction the proposals that are set forth in the draft resolution that is geared towards promoting the equitable access for all states to space science and technology, which is to the benefit of our peoples and in particular for developing countries. My delegation sees merit in this resolution and will support. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for her statement. Now, we'll continue and hopefully conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 9, Space and Sustainable Development, this afternoon. Distinguished delegates, I will now turn to proceed with technical presentations. At this meeting, we'll have 4 technical presentations. Presenters are kindly reminded that technical presentations should be limited to 10 minutes maximum. As announced at the beginning of this meeting and in view of a large number of requests for technical presentations, the Secretariat has informed me that they are working with the Conference Management Services to allocate additional room, Boardroom D for Wednesday, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. if necessary, where technical presentations could be delivered by observer organizations in hybrid format with no interpretation. MS Teams link will be provided. I thank you for your consideration. The first presentation on my list is on Asia-Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum's 30 years of contribution to the space sector in Asia-Pacific region and prospects for new activities by the distinguished representative of Japan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, distinguished delegates and participants. I'm Yumiko Tateshita, the advisor to the Director of International Relations Department in Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency in JAXA. And I am also the APRSAF Executive Secretariat. It is a great honor for me to be here today to give a presentation on APRSAF's 30 years of contributions to the space sector in APAC region. At first, I would like to introduce the Asia-Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum, APRSAF. APRSAF was established in 1993 to enhance space activities in the APAC region. APRSAF has become one of the largest space-related conferences in the APAC region. APRSAF has been holding annual meetings jointly organized by Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports Science, and Technology in Japan, MEXT, JAXA, and organizations of the host country. Since COVID-19, APRSAF has been held in Vietnam in 2022 and Indonesia in 2023, and it's scheduled to be held in Perth, Australia this year. Here is the APRSAF principles. The goal of the APRSAF is to promote and expand space activities and their applications for socio-economic development in APAC region. Given the diverse needs in the APAC region for space utilization and related developments, APRSAF provides a flexible framework rather than legally binding agreements. The open framework of APRSAF allows various entities to participate in its activities. Next slide, please. Annual APRSAF meetings has 2 days working group activities and 2 days plenary session. At the final day of the plenary session, the joint statement is adopted by APRSAF participants, including space leaders from APAC region. APRSAF does not only conduct annual conference and working group meetings, but also carry out international cooperation projects in APAC region. We have 5 working groups and a space industry workshop. In addition, currently we have 4 international cooperation initiatives under APRSAF. Let me introduce Sentinel-Asia, the best practice of APRSAF's multilateral international cooperation. In 2005, APRSAF proposed an initiative called Sentinel-Asia to showcase the value and impact of Earth observation technologies, combined with near real-time internet dissemination methods and WebGIS mapping tool for disaster management support in APAC region. Sentinel-Asia is a voluntary and best efforts basis initiative. Currently, Sentinel-Asia consists of 116 joint project team members from 29 countries and regions and 17 international organizations. Sentinel-Asia has 3 main activities. First one is emergency observation by Earth observation satellites upon request in case of major disasters. This presentation shows example of emergency observation of disasters in Bangladesh, India, and Indonesia. Second one, Sentinel-Asia has working group activities focusing on specific disasters such as wildfire, flood, glacial lake outburst flood, and tsunami. Third one, Sentinel-Asia conducts capacity building and human resource development activities for effective disaster management. This is another initiative, Space Applications for Environment Safe initiative, launched in 2008 under APRSAF, and it is to contribute to the solution to various environmental problems with space technologies. SAFE has 3 ongoing projects now. First one is Agromat project, and the second one is rice monitoring project, and third one is CH4 methane monitoring project. SAFE has capacity building activities in the region, such as the in-service use of SAFE results in AFSIS, ASEAN Food Security Information System, and the implementation of training programs with ASEAN and other countries. In 2012, COPUOS ABC is the collaboration program established by the Space Frontier Working Group of APRSAF. COPUOS ABC is an initiative to promote the utilization of COPUOS in APAC region. COPUOS is Japan experiment module on the International Space Station. COPUOS ABC has ongoing 3 projects now. First one is Asian Harp in space, and the second one is Asian Tri-LZ. And third one is the COPUOS Robot Programming Challenge, COPUOS RPC. These COPUOS ABC projects will inspire students to develop their educational and professional goals to a higher level. In response to a growing interest in space policy and role within the APAC region, NSLI, National Space Legislative Initiative, was launched APRSAF 26 in 2019. It is to enhance the APAC region's countries' capacity to draft and implement their national space legislation and policies in accordance with international norms. An SLI study group finished the first and the second phase activities and concluded with submission of 2 reports to COPUOS in 2021 and 2023. An SLI's third phase was launched in last November with the support at the APRSAF 29 and is currently working towards submitting a report to COPUOS in 2025. European Space Policy Institute, SP, and APRSAF have organized the space policy dialogue events between Europe and the APAC region on the occasion of COPUOS. this year's event for COPUOS delegates held at SP on June 22nd. APR South activities are aligned with the Nagoya Vision adopted in 2019. APR South will contribute to the sustainable societal and economic development in APAC region through the 4 goals over the next 10 years. This is about the Space Industry Workshop activities. Space Industry Workshop launched under APR South in 2021. This workshop aims to discuss the current status and issues of the space industry in order to further develop the space industry in the APAC region. APR South will focus on organizing events to promote the space economy and aims to serve as a platform for partnership building among governments, space agencies, academia, and the private sector in APAC region. This year's annual session will take place from November 26 to 29 in Perth, Australia, co-hosted by Australian Space Agency and Japan, Next and JAXA. The government of Western Australia also supports on this event. APR South would like to contribute the word from the APAC region by actively working on collaboration within APAC region and proactively tackling global issues and topics. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. The second presentation on my list is on space-based applications and pilot projects for water resources sustainable management by the representative of Italy. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I believe that the technical presentation is from remote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maria Libera Battagliere. Since 2020, I am head of Pilot Projects Office at the Downstream and Application Services Department of the Italian Space Agency. Today, I will talk about sustainable management of water resources is, of course, a global responsibility. Global water demand continues to grow exponentially, driven by population growth and industrial development. Since November 2022, the Earth reached the 8 billion of people, and the most accredited projections report that the population will reach 10 billion within 2050. An effect of this demographic growth will be the increase in food needs of about 70% by 2050 and an increase in water consumption for agriculture of about 40%. In addition, pollution and climate change effects are making the situation worse, and the quality and quantity of available water are becoming more and more critical elements. Another item that has to be considered is that the water scarcity is not only an environmental issue, but can pose a threat to international peace and security. For this reason, it is imperative that the international community recognizes the water as a strategic resource and works for an efficient sustainable water management, considering that the drinking water is a fundamental right for human survival. In this context, space technology plays a crucial role, thanks to the possibility to monitor systematically large areas of the Earth's surface, providing up-to-date and accurate data for a number of space applications. Space-based applications for water resources management, for example, can be used for infrastructure planning and management, to detect leaks on water networks, for example. Satellites can be used for water quality monitoring. Sensors can detect detect changes in water quality measuring parameters such as turbidity, chlorophyll concentration, and temperature. Satellites are used also for flood monitoring and emergency management, for climate change impact assessment, or for example to optimize agricultural practices, providing information on crop health and helping to reduce waste of water resources, for example differentiating irrigation. Since many years, Italian Space Agency is contributing in promoting the culture of sustainability in water resources management through a number of research and development or application projects, funded or co-funded under different initiatives such as Innovation for Downstream Preparation Program, Prisma Science Program, and Cosmos Climate Open Call. The Innovation for Downstream Preparation Program started in 2021 and represents the main program of the Italian Space Agency for the development of the national downstream sector, combining all the previous experience in a single structured path to support public and private stakeholders. This program is articulated in 3 intervention lines addressed to the needs of each specific users community: commercial operators, public institutional entities, and the scientific community. The program implementation is based on thematic and periodic calls, based on different selection procedures in respect of national legislation. So far, thanks to this initiative, Italian Space Agency selected about 20 new pilot projects in different application domains. In this context, among the other, it is worthy of mention the MIDS project, monitoring water infrastructure with satellite data. This project has been funded by Italian Space Agency in the context of the first call of the Innovation for Downstream Preparation Market Program. The focus of MIDS projects is related to 3 main elements: leaks detection and monitoring, water infrastructure monitoring, and water pollution monitoring. In Italy, the losses along the networks represent a real emergency for the country. On the basis of some recent technical analysis, the values emerged that the values of these losses along the lines are higher than 52% in some regions, with average values of about 40%. Only the 10% of these leaks occurs on ground and so are immediately identifiable. For this reason, satellites, for example radar images, are very useful to help the on-ground monitoring to identify some critical areas where, for example, operators need to have some inspection. For example, using soil interferometry, it is possible to monitor movements of the Earth's surface to identify some critical elements, some critical areas, and it is possible to define different levels of inspection priorities. Moving towards the water quality, it is worth mentioning the Panda Water Project, co-funded by Italian Space Agency in the framework of the Prisma Science program, conceived with the goal to promote the scientific use of the Prisma mission data by the national community, with the aim to enhance the Italian know-how in the hyperspectral remote sensing sector. Also in preparation of new national and European missions under development, such as Prisma Second Generation, Iride Constellation, and Hyperspectral Mission CHIME of the European Space Agency. The products developed in the context of the Panda Water project will allow more accurate estimates of optically active water constituents, including, for example, the presence of cyanobacteria and harmful algal bloom that can be dangerous for the human health. Another national initiative that is supporting the scientific international community in providing concrete elements for disciplines such as hydrology or for water resources management or for polar research is represented by the COSMOS COIMED Open Call initiative. These calls were published in 2015, are permanently open and regularly updated, and addressed basically to research and development activities in view of scientific and toward operational utilization of the developed products, whereas commercial or operational activities are not supported. In March 2021, the text of the call was updated in order to guarantee the continuity also for COSMOS COIMED second generation. This initiative guarantees free access to the COSMOS COIMED data, basically maximizing the exploitation of the mission data archive. The community can access data under the signature of a license to use. So, concluding this statement, we may say that the key messages are: water is a strategic resource. Sustainable management of water resources is not a choice, but a necessity. Sustainable management of water resources is a global responsibility, and space technology is a powerful instrument that must be exploited to save water and to protect our future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation. The third presentation on my list is on Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency, current status and progress, by the representative of Mexico. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask for the first slide. Great. So in July 2020, and in compliance with our CELAC, which is a Latin American and Caribbean mechanism for political consultations, according with its first work plan, it called for the first space meeting, and in which government authorities, academic institutions, and stakeholders from the private sector discussed the issues related to science and developments in space, and the role Latin America should play on it. And the most relevant conclusion of that meeting, the most relevant decision, was to lay the foundation of a regional space agency that would allow our regional members to unite efforts and resources to better use scarce resources to achieve relevant goals in space-related matters. Mexico spearheaded the regional efforts to establish a Latin American and Caribbean space agency. And this initiative also attracted the attention of various actors, so it led to the start of a negotiating process that began with 8 countries participating and finally was concluded in 2021 with the document the negotiation for a treaty to create the Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency concluded. Next slide, please. So the opening for signature of the ALCE, which is the way that we know it for its acronym in Spanish, but means Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency, is one of the main achievements of the 6th Summit of Heads of State and Government of CELAC, which was held on 18 September 2021 in Mexico City. And at the time, in that meeting, 81 countries signed already the treaty. To this date, the treaty has been signed by 21 countries and has been ratified by 9. And it will enter into force, as is established by its statutes, upon receiving the 11th ratification. Next slide, please. Next slide. Here we see which are the countries that have already signed the treaty. The process is projected to be completed along 2024, and once it enters into force, it will start its operational stage. In this slide, you can see the list of signatories and of states parties by the ALCE agreement. Those countries marked in gray are those who have already ratified the treaty. So if we have 9, we are only waiting for 2 more countries to join with the ratification of the treaty for it to become in full force. Next slide, please. What are the objectives of ALCE? ALCE has, in Article 5, set out the goals of the agreement, and among the most important, it can be summarized as: first, coordination between states parties for planning and executing activities related to the peaceful exploration and use of outer space, the moon, and other celestial bodies. Second, collaboration with national, regional, and international institutions whose attributions have impact on space-related research, exploration, and peaceful development of this domain. Third, strengthening the capacities of its member states, including on space technology and its applications, the development of own satellite technology for the region, for example. Fourth, achieving collaborative use of information derived from Earth observation, and in particular regarding climate change, and including disaster risk mitigation, full disasters management cycles, and that are particularly relevant for our region, given our vulnerability to climate change consequences. These objectives, which can take the form of scientific, academic, technological, research, development, innovation, or entrepreneurship and training in the space domain, are intended for the benefit of Latin American population, and with a special emphasis on gender equality, as will be shown in a further moment of the presentation. Next slide, please. In order to advance on the goals established by ALCE, and notwithstanding it has not yet come into force, Mexico has already started to promote some activities and some projects that will be aligned or will be encompassed in ALCE eventually. And cooperation is one of the most relevant ones. One of the main cooperation projects linked with ALCE is the creation of a geospatial observation center in Trinidad and Tobago, and Mexico's National Institute of Statistics and Geography, INEGI, and the Mexican Foreign Ministry have signed an agreement with the University of the West Indies in its campus in St. Augustine in Trinidad, and they have started the founding and financing of the Geospatial Observation Center. The center processes and generates geospatial information, and it provides it accessible free of charge to the entire Caribbean region, providing a remote access for everybody. Next slide. The project has 3 key components. First, investment in infrastructure, mainly servers and specialized equipment. Second, the training of specialists from the Caribbean on the necessary computer skills to process satellite images and satellite information regarding specific projects and solving specific challenges. And finally, the dissemination of the activities carried out by the Geospatial Observation Center. The center was launched in February 2024 with a training program, and in it sampled products that were generated with remotely sensed data. The information provided by the center can be used for agricultural, land use identification, uses, new settlement recognition, and also for sargassum tracking, which is of particular importance to the region, or the sub-region. The processed data by the GOC will provide useful information for decision-making on land use, climate change, and disaster prevention. It will also improve the Caribbean region's access to this type of information on an unprecedented way. Next slide, please. ALCE has also been involved with the cooperation program Women in the Sky. This is what I was referring to when I meant gender equality promotion. This program aims to contribute to the visibility, representation, and positioning of women in STEM areas, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, particularly in aerospace and aeronautics. Within the last quarter of 2022 and also in 2023, 2 generations of Women in the Sky program graduates benefited from training in Mexico. And to this date, 50 Latin American women from 17 countries have been already trained by the Aeronautical University in Querétaro on space topics. And this cooperation program has been promoted by the Mexican Cooperation Agency, AMEXID, and also is contemplated to be assumed by ALCE eventually. Next slide, please. So the call for applications for Women in the Sky 3rd edition is currently open, and applications close on July 12th, and the application by women from the countries mentioned in the slide is encouraged. I'll leave you a few moments to analyze which countries it is open to before I ask for the next slide, please. ALCE has also called into the attention of extra-regional actors, and they have expressed interest in eventually collaborating with the Latin American agency. Among these actors, it is worth mentioning the European Union, who has expressed its interest in exploring cooperation with the Regional Space Agency once it becomes operational. Cooperation in the field with the European Union has already taken its course with the signature of an agreement between the Mexican Space Agency and the European Space Agency, with the support of Mexico's Foreign Affairs Ministry. And this bilateral agreement is contemplating planning, financing, designing, and building a first stationary satellite that will be operated by ALCE on the Latin American side, focusing on monitoring climate and hydrometeorological phenomena. Last slide, please. So I thank you for this opportunity for providing some outreach by ALCE, and if you would be interested to getting more information or more detailed matters, please, you can reach us on the 2 email addresses that you are being shown now on the screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. The 4th presentation on my list is on cultural heritage's role in maintaining peaceful purpose by the Observer for All Moonkind. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gregory Radishich. I am a Canadian lawyer and legal fellow in the For All Moonkind Institute on Space Law and Ethics. We at For All Moonkind wish to thank you, UNUSA, for the opportunity to address the committee this evening. This past week's discussions provide a timely opportunity to speak about how For All Moonkind is able to support the development of lunar policy and frameworks to maintain space for peaceful purposes. Distinguished delegates, I'll begin today by posing a hypothetical question. Would you launch a rocket beside the pyramids? Would you land a rocket next to the Louvre? Of course, this is a ridiculous question. The answer is simple: you would not. Those actions would represent an incomprehensible risk to humanity's cultural achievements and our shared history. For All Moonkind is a non-for-profit organization that seeks to identify and safeguard human history and heritage in outer space. Our entirely volunteer team of space lawyers and policymakers is committed to support the development of collaborative and practical protocols that will balance space resource activities and cultural heritage recognition and protection. In doing so, we seek the peaceful, sustainable, and successful exploration, development, and utilization of outer space. It is time to celebrate, identify, and safeguard the sites and objects beyond Earth that memorialize human achievements of outstanding universal value. These are our most precious and often most vulnerable resources in space. For example, from left to right, displayed on screen, are photos of some of humanity's greatest cultural moments in space. Luna 2, the first human-made object to impact another celestial body. Apollo 11, the first humans to set foot on another celestial body. Chang'e 4, the first mission to explore the far side of the moon. And Chandrayaan 3, the first soft landing near the lunar South Pole. These sites can be damaged or destroyed by dust plumes from launches, orbital debris, or other intentional or unintentional acts. We would not want the first footprints on the moon to be destroyed or swept away. We would not want these critical pieces of technological history to be destroyed, improperly moved, or worse, sold to the highest bidder. For All Moonkind is the only organization in the world focused on safeguarding cultural heritage in space. Formed in 2017, we were granted provisional observer status to this august body in 2018, and permanent observer status in 2022. In 2019, For All Moonkind worked closely with American senators to develop the One Small Step to Protect Human Heritage in Space Act. This bill was passed unanimously by American Congress and signed into law in 2020. This law is the first national legislation to recognize the existence of cultural heritage in outer space and directs all entities working with NASA to respect scientifically recommended zones around certain historical sites. We think more nations could do the same. In October 2020, 8 nations signed the Artemis Accords, which now has 43 signatories. As many of you may know, Section 9 of the Accord specifically includes the agreement to preserve outer space heritage that signatories may deem historically significant. Article 9 includes a commitment to contribute to multinational efforts to develop practices and rules to do so. This is the first time that protection of human heritage in space has ever been referenced in a multilateral agreement. We are eager to see if the International Lunar Research Station partnership also takes the stance to include a recognition of human heritage in space. In March 2021, For All Moonkind revealed its first of its kind digital registry of all of the historic landing sites on the moon. And For All Moonkind's registry is a dynamic and, most importantly, free resource that introduces visitors to more than 100 sites on the moon that bear evidence of human activity. Identification of sites and artifacts is the first step towards their protection. Most recently, in 2023, we formed the For All Moonkind Institute on Space Law and Ethics to go beyond advocating for protecting off-world heritage sites and contemplate the ethics around some activities in space that are not fully covered in existing international law. Of course, the very act of safeguarding seems to violate basic principles encapsulated in the Outer Space Treaty, as this will necessarily restrict free access. However, we believe the due regard provision of Article 9 offers us a path forward. We need to agree what it means to show due regard for these memorials to humanity's first exploratory efforts in space. We do have some guidance from terrestrial models. Next slide. Thank you. The 1972 World Heritage Convention identifies and safeguards World Heritage sites on Earth under the auspices of UNESCO and is widely believed to be a good model for heritage protection. Unfortunately, it does not apply beyond Earth, as the Convention's jurisdictional limitations restricted safeguarding measures to sites and objects within territorial limits of its states parties. Next slide. Thank you. Article 3 of the Outer Space Treaty obligates state parties to carry on activities in the exploration and use of outer space, including the moon, in accordance with international law. Cultural heritage law is part of widely recognized international law and therefore should not be ignored. We urge this committee to consider the natural harmonization of space and cultural heritage law. Cultural heritage existing beyond Earth is part of the outer space environment, which merits safeguarding measures in order to preserve it for future generations. The LTS guidelines also act to support the consideration of measures to safeguard cultural heritage. Distinguished delegates, what is more universal than humanity's first forays away from our home planet? We owe it to our ancestors, to future generations, to ourselves, and to this committee's mandate to maintain space for peaceful purposes in order to safeguard these historical treasures. How can you help protect cultural heritage in space? First, you can join us. Our team welcomes collaboration with delegations and observers to aid in policymaking and advocacy on identifying and safeguarding cultural heritage in space. Second, you can consider cultural heritage in your mission planning. Whether launching, landing, deorbiting, or conducting operational activities on the surface of other celestial bodies, it is important to identify areas of cultural heritage to avoid and to provide due regard to. Third, you can nationally codify cultural heritage protection by recognizing the importance of safeguarding cultural heritage in space through new and existing national frameworks across all areas of space law and international law. This is an area of expertise for us where we're very happy to assist. And finally, and most importantly, this committee can lead the effort by reaching consensus on a resolution to identify and safeguard cultural heritage sites in outer space. Some sites are more universally recognizable than others, and beginning the list in some form is possible, with the opportunity for additional sites to be added in due time. Distinguished delegates, we present a call to action to this august committee. We ask that member state delegations consider partnering with For All Mankind to host a multilateral meeting on the issue of identifying and safeguarding cultural heritage in space. We urge action before our cultural heritage in space is damaged or destroyed. Multilateral collaboration is crucial in order to attain this very achievable objective. Distinguished delegates, decisions made today with respect to the protection of humanity's cultural heritage in outer space will have far-reaching implications for all of humanity for many generations to come. Protecting cultural heritage in outer space serves as a foundation for further discussions and consensus-building mechanisms. Perched on this rare threshold, we urge you to recognize this extraordinary opportunity we have to shape a future where all humanity can experience the cultural heritage created by humanity's exploration of outer space. For All Mankind has been and will remain a tireless advocate for the safeguarding of our common human history in space. In closing, distinguished delegates, we hope you consider our call to action to lead by joining us to explore mechanisms to protect our cultural heritage in space. We believe consensus can be reached on a resolution to protect specific historical sites on the moon. We also believe this would be a foundational opportunity to provide consensus and build bridges. We welcome working alongside delegations to help achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Distinguished delegates, I will shortly adjourn this meeting. Before doing so, I would like to inform delegates of our schedule of work for this afternoon. We will meet promptly at 3 p.m. We will continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, Journal Exchange of Views. We will continue and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 9, Space and Sustainable Development. We will begin our consideration of Agenda Item 10, Spin-off Benefits and Space Technology, Review of Current Status. Time permitting, we will also begin our consideration of Agenda Item 11, Space and Climate Change. There are 4 technical presentations scheduled for this afternoon. Delegates are reminded that the updated schedule of technical presentations is available on the session's webpage. I would also like to inform delegates that during lunchtime today, the working group on the long-term sustainability of outer space activities will hold its second informal meeting in room M2 from 1:30 till 2:50 p.m. in hybrid format. Also, during lunchtime today, there will be a side event entitled Space for Women, Where We Are and the Way Forward, organized by the Office for Outer Space Affairs from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. in room M3 in hybrid format. All delegations are invited. Please refer to the COPUOS 2024 session web page for a detailed schedule of side events. Distinguished delegates, are there any questions or comments on this proposed schedule? I see none. This meeting is adjourned until 3 p.m. this afternoon.